Yo, time is 1:01 p.m. Why the fuck does this have 12 views? Because I was on that voice call with that guy, you know? Probably why. What is Ting Wan? Is it like plays? Or is it something else? Excuse me, okay. May I ask? Why is it gonna have this permanent one notification to like accept or ignore a fucking friend request, bro? Shit is so annoying. I've already checked it. I know it's there. You don't need to keep telling me. Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Why does this shit exist? And watch, if I change it, this is gonna crash. Watch. People in this part of the world are such waste, bro. Seriously. Yeah, it doesn't crash. Sometimes it does. Fucking degenerates. I think I'd be so much happier in a place like China, you know? You're less free, but at the same time, it's like a nicer place to live because people are happy. People are nicer there. And it's safer. It'd be great to go overseas. Is this a one-way? What the fuck? If this isn't a one-way, why is there always a car driving up this side of the street? It is a one-way. Damn, that's crazy. Crazy. Japan is the worst. That's crazy, bro. can't you switch the time? I'm playing on solo lobby. Why can't I switch it to nighttime? Daytime sucks. This fucking retard's probably gonna turn up at the door in 2 hours. I hate this fucking idiot, bro. Why couldn't they give me someone who's, like, favorable, you know? There has to be a white New Zealander. Of course it does. Of course it does. Couldn't be anyone else. I don't get along with these people, and I never have. Why do they keep trying to force me to go along with them? And you know what getting along to them means? It means they don't change at all, and I have to, like, slave myself and be an extreme people pleaser and all of this. That's what getting along to them means. Getting along to them, me with them, means I put in all the effort and they do absolutely nothing. And it sucks for me, and they think they've fixed the issue. That's what getting along means. Right? They want me to get along with my parents. You know what that means? My parents change absolutely nothing, keep doing the same things that have always been an issue, and they tell me to complain less, and to conform, and to do what my parents tell me to do. I'm 25 years old, and this is their policy. We live in a white country. You telling me I have to be a slave to my fucking parents? Where is this coming from? How is this a reflection of the fucking culture? It's not. It's a reflection of the psychiatrists' will to slavery. They want to make slaves out of people. That's the point of the medication. That's the point of the questioning. That's the point of all of their recommendations, is to put people into slavery. That is the whole point. It's to make people into slaves. The intention is slavery. It's not freedom. They don't care about freedom. Slavery is the entire point. Why would I want to interact with this fucking retard? That's all he does. That's all he ever does. All he ever talks about is not even pleasant to interact with. Because he always has other motives in everything he fucking does. Always has secondary motives because he works for a fucking psychiatrist. You can't even talk with these people. Every single thing you say or do is reanalyzed into diagnosis of mental illness. Every single thing you say or do. It's insane. It's fucking crazy. It's like interrogation. And they already have decided you're guilty. And then they just keep asking you the same questions over and over and over again. It is surveillance and interrogation. That's what it is. And I'm supposed to do that weeks and weeks. It's been going on for years. It's been like 2 years. You're just supposed to keep doing it. I wish these people were dead, bro. I'm not joking. I wish they were dead. It would make my life so much easier if a whole section of the population just died off. I wish that would happen. I wish someone would come in and eradicate these people. Please. I wish that would happen. China doesn't have the vigor. They don't have the spirit. They don't believe in themselves enough. Too conservative. I wish that would happen. That's my dream. I wish that would happen. Retribution. Make these people fucking pay for what they've done. It's not me who needs to be in slavery, bro. It's these people. If anyone, it's them. Look at who causes the most harm. It's not me. The amount of harm I cause is them being uncomfortable, right? The amount of harm they cause is them materially ruining my health, right? They are actively ruining my health with these drugs that they force me to take, and are fucking torturing me in other ways, and have done for years, right? I have not done either of these things to anyone. Ever. Right? This is their normal policy. This is their policy where they slave people and then torture them and ruin their health. Why was this girl the other day talking about fucking underground and the people she listens to have like millions of listeners? That's not fucking underground. What are we talking about? Underground. That shit is mainstream. I swear there's like this delusion that a lot of hip hop fans have that they're somehow like rebelling and it's underground shit. It's not underground. Underground is like it's like less than 1 million. The people she was talking to me about had like over 1 million listeners. That shit's not underground. Sounds like trash. Sounds like trash as well, which is not the point, but really. I think there's underground, which is like a style, I guess. But I mean, they're not literally underground, are they? Underground means not many people listen to them. It's just not true in those cases. Tendency of Oceanians to be confidently wrong reinforces itself over and over and over again. It means, what do I just don't listen to them a lot of the time. I don't take any of what they say I don't really take any of what they say very seriously because they have a tendency to be wrong. Oftentimes they don't really know that much and they just kind of say things because they have like an impression that does not actually meet the definition of what they're talking about, or it's just false. I wonder to myself, if I went to China, would an opportunity just present itself, or would I be wasting my time and I'd just leave and nothing would happen? Sometimes I wonder that. If I went to China, would some kind of opportunity just present itself? Would it just happen randomly? Or, um, would I just mess around and find nothing and leave? Questionable. Guy's a fucking slaver. That's his job. He slaves people. He goes around and interrogates people like a fucking Stasi officer, right? Like a parole officer. Except I didn't commit any crimes. I wasn't charged with any crime. I just diagnosed... Mental illness is like its own kind of crime, isn't it? It's like having a criminal record, but worse. It's like... it's absurd. Absolute bullshit. People believe this shit, this lie that they tell themselves, that this is like real. It's not real. It's not real. Oh yeah, there's this thing that you have which we cannot actually prove exists. At all. They have no material evidence. It's a guess. It's like, oh, why is this person different? Oh, they must be mentally ill. They've done that throughout history, and it is still the same today. Nothing has changed. Nothing's changed. They've just made it seem more complicated and developed the narratives more. Psychiatry is like the equivalent of religion to sciences. As time goes on, it becomes more and more complex, but it's still ultimately bullshit at the end of the day. It's still ultimately like they're just making shit up to justify why things should be a certain way that they already think they should be, right? Oh, you're different. Oh, I don't like you. Now we're going to diagnose you with something that says we're allowed to treat you badly because you're someone that we don't like. That's how it works, right? You're different, we don't like it. Now we're going to give you a fictional condition, which means we get to treat you badly for being someone that we don't like, legally. They basically take your rights away and say you're allowed to treat this person badly now and call it, you know, fixing the person, right? When they haven't even asked to be fixed. They've just decided you need fixing. Does it actually fix them? No, it just tortures them and makes them suffer, because that's the whole point. It's not about fixing people. It's not a coincidence that all these fucking mental health medications that they give to people with like severe mental illness diagnosis ruin people's health and make them want to kill themselves and make their lives worse. That's the whole point. That's literally the point. The point is to torture them. The point is to make them suffer. The point is punishment, not to help. It's to punish people. That's the whole point. That's why they do that. Right? It doesn't fix anything because it's not actually intended to. Guy should fucking kill himself for what he's done. That's what I should tell him. I should say, you should kill yourself for what you've done. That's what I should send him as a text. And that'll get me sent back to the mental hospital. As a punishment, right? Because that's the whole point, is the punishment. The whole point is punishment. That is the entire point. That is the only point. That is all it is intended to do. They don't fix anything. They're not intended to fix anything. They're intended to punish people and make them suffer. That is the point of the medication. That is what it does to people. That is its entire purpose, is to punish people, to make them suffer, to cause pain, To put pain onto people for them making you feel uncomfortable, for them being different. That is the whole point. They're not allowed to kill people, so they just make your life so bad that it makes you want to kill yourself. And when you tell them that it does that, they say, oh, okay, we don't care. That's the whole point. They don't care because that's the whole point. That's the entire intention, is that it makes you want to kill yourself. It makes your life so bad you would rather be dead than suffer. That's the whole point. It's supposed to do that. They'll never admit to it because they're not like they have to lie. They can't even be honest. They have to lie and say, no, we're helping you. Helping you by ruining your health, making you want to kill yourself. That's supposed to be help. As opposed to doing nothing and the person's just marginalized. Yeah, because they want you to be a slave, right? They want you to be a slave. Guy should kill himself for supporting this system. Holy shit. These people torture you, ruin your health. It is literally violence, bro. This forcing people to take drugs is literally violence. Like, it is literally violence. It's a use of force. It's an act of violence, which they repeat over and over and over again. They force you to take it every day. Every day, or they send you back to the mental hospital and put you in prison again. The whole thing is an act of violence. It's an act of violence against someone for being disliked. That's the whole point. I honestly wish someone would just come in and eradicate whole sections of these places' fucking populations, bro. I wish that would happen. I wish it could be me. I wish I could go to China and get involved and rise up through the ranks, come back here, and just annihilate people. I wish I could do that. I really wish I could do that. And then replace the country's population with better people. That's what I would do. That's what I would do, seriously. These people don't deserve to live for the system that they've created and the harm that they've done. They don't deserve to live. They don't have the right to life. Just wipe them out. Wipe them out and bring some new people in. That's what they should do. I wish I could do that. That's what I would do. Just start again. That's what I would do. And then when they flee, you hunt them down. You hunt them down like rats. You send the cats in to catch the mice. That's what you do. And that's like my dream, bro. I wish that would happen. I wish that would happen. It would feel great. That's what they deserve, bro. That's what they deserve. Seriously. That's what these people deserve. Dude, they don't deserve anything else. It's either they die or, I don't know, some kind of heavy repression. That's what they do to other people. It should happen to them. Seriously. That's what should be done to these people. They've done it to other people for so long. It should happen to them for once and see how they like it. See how they like it when they get slaved or killed. See how they like it. See how it feels for them, right? How does it feel? How does it feel to be a slave? How does it feel to get killed? How does it feel to see other people like you suffer? How does that feel, right? How does it feel? Yeah, now lawn. For once. I'll teach them what it really, you know, give them an education. Bit of experience, you know? Bit of an experience. See how it feels. Most of them won't survive. Most of them won't survive. Seriously. You put the average New Zealander in my situation, 99% of them are killing themselves tomorrow. Okay? That's the reality. That's the reality. I want to give them a taste of how it feels, right? That's less than 50-50, bro. That's less than 50-50 is crazy. Should rename this place to New China and flood it with Chinese people. That'd be great. I'd love to make this place into a Chinese colony, bro. That'd be great. I wish that would happen. Make it into a vassal state. For real. That'd be a really good idea. And it's not like there's a lack of Chinese people. Like, you could get a lot of Chinese people. You could make it, like, really, what's the word? Attractive to them. You know, you could give them, like, extra rights here and stuff. Just freedoms that they don't have back at home. But also bring over some of the structure that they've got. What a good idea. That's pretty cool how, like, self-reliant China is, you know, like, they make most of their own food. They make their own phones with their own brands. They make their own cars with their own brands. What else is a lot of electronics. Xiaomi. Get out of the way. Oh my god, bro. Get out of the way. Fucking NPC. This is LA, right? Is that what the city is? Yeah, Los Angeles. Why do they have a Korean area but not a Chinese area? Isn't that weird? Maybe they don't have, like, Chinatown in Los Angeles. Maybe they only have, like, some in New York or something. Guy yesterday's, like, joking about it. He's like a fascist. Ha ha, how funny, bro. People like him should be eradicated. Great idea. They don't need re-educating. Maybe look, if we're being nice, probably wouldn't work though. Come on, realistically, is that shit gonna work? Would that work? I think you just get rid of them and then replace them with other people. I'm quite skeptical that you could re-educate the Oceanian fascist male. I'm very skeptical that you could do that. I don't think they're redeemable, to be honest. I don't think they really have the capacity for redemption. It's kind of just who they are as people. I mean, it's white supremacy, right? What else can you do? People are white supremacists. They're gonna keep being white supremacists. Even when you repress them, they're still gonna say, oh, white people are better. If we run the country, everything will be good. You have to get rid of them. Like, you can't keep them around. It's fascism. It's white supremacist fascism. You can't keep that shit around. You have to get rid of them. Why do they tolerate these people? I swear they tolerate them because a large number of people actually agree with that shit. Right? If it was something else, they wouldn't be tolerating it, would they? They wouldn't be tolerating it. And the Americans actively support and push that stuff, right? Of course they do. You don't see the Chinese pushing Chinese supremacism. I mean, maybe they believe it, but they don't push it onto other people, and they're not, like, sharing it everywhere, are they? But a large number of these white countries have got like white supremacism as like part of their culture, right? Someone needs to teach them a lesson. I think that's a good idea. Teach them a lesson. It's too bad that other Chinese girl was like 17. If it was 18, I would have added him. You know what would be funny is if you like eradicated white supremacist fascists. You know, because that's like what they did to everyone else, right? Wouldn't it be funny and ironic if you did that to them? Wouldn't it be funny? Wouldn't it be fun? It would be so funny though, like to do that. Seriously, that'd be funny. People think it's bad because of what was done. No, it's bad because of who they did it to and the fact that the people they did it to didn't deserve it, right? It would be funny if they did it to like the right people. Sometimes. Sometimes. Maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it's too far, but I don't know. You could, I mean, in China they kind of just re-educate people most of the time. Maybe that's a better long-term solution, I don't know. But sometimes I think China's too long-term. Like, I think they're so focused on, like, stability and long-term results that they actually ignore, like, taking risks and, like, are they actually getting results in the long term? You know what I mean? Like, they're like, oh, we won't need to invade Taiwan. We'll just influence them, like, diplomatically and culturally and stuff. Yeah, but are they doing that? No. Because if you look at the polling, like, Taiwanese don't like China. So, how are they doing that then? They're not actually doing it, are they? And again, I'm not against that. Like, I'm not against what they want to do, which is reunify, bring the two together. I think they should do that. I just think, like, what are they doing to make this happen? Xi Jinping keeps talking about it and saying, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. What are they actually doing to make it happen though? It just seems like something that they say to get people rallied together and then they're actually not achieving it in practice, right? I think China needs reinvigorating politically. I think it's a bit stagnant. Or a bit stuck, right? A bit stuck. You've got war, and you've got influence, you've got soft power, and you've got hard power, right? What are they focusing on? Are they focusing on hard power? Or are they focusing on soft power, or are they doing a bit of both? Because we can see, like, China's soft power is pretty bad, okay? They're not very, aside from in, like, some poor countries that, like, see them as, like, potential allies because they have shared situations. Like the influence over like other countries, like developed countries, is very low, largely, except for Singapore, which is like Chinese, and then Thailand, which is like, I guess it's, I don't know why Thailand likes them. Similar cultures or something. Countries should be subservient, not free. They've had enough freedom. I think the people here have had enough freedom. Look at what they do with it, bro. They use it to oppress others. That's what they do. I think they've had enough. I think they've had enough. All this freedom, and what do they do with it? They use it to oppress and dominate other people. That's what they do with their freedom. Freedom, health, wealth, all of those things, influence, what do they use it for? Oppressing and dominating other people. That's what they're like. Someone should teach them a lesson. Fucking god, don't tell me I'm stuck. Should get some food. This fucking prick just walked into the house and started talking to me, bro. Just fucking turned up one day. I told him I wasn't interested in seeing him again. He doesn't give a shit. They ask as a courtesy, not because they're actually interested. People should be eradicated. Disgusting. Who needs the country's support when you can just flood it with literally millions of people from overseas? You don't need it then, because they will be the country, right? It's a great idea. That's a really good idea. Lots of good quality farming land for all the peasants, poor farmers. Lots of opportunity, yeah. They'll start building infrastructure as well. That's a good idea, you know? Actually develop the country, unlike corrupt politicians who do absolutely none of that and never will. And no one, and here's the point, no one that New Zealanders ever elect ever will do any of those things. That's the reality. That is the reality. No one that New Zealanders elect will ever do any of those things. That will never happen. Okay? That's the reality. It's the same across the West. No one that these people ever elect will ever actually do any of those things because they can only elect someone who is similar to them, and they themselves couldn't do it and wouldn't do it. Right? People here say, if I was a politician, I'd be corrupt. That's what they say about themselves. Yes, well, you do keep electing corrupt leaders, don't you? Right? That is that is reflected in the leadership of the country, right? That's democracy, right? Democracy means you got leaders similar to the population generally, similar to what they idolize. You can't get competent leadership out of an incompetent population that doesn't value competence or only sees it as like credentialism and all of those. Because they are, having credentials makes someone an effective leader. No, it doesn't. Isn't it like the least surprising thing ever that the Germans support fucking Israel? You know? It's like, oh yeah, I guess they would support a fascist state. That is their history, isn't it? Right? These Germans Germans would support fascism, wouldn't they? I mean, that totally makes sense, doesn't it? It hasn't been that long. It really hasn't been very long. Like, yeah, I mean, of course they're gonna throw their weight behind a country that's actively genociding a population. You know, that makes sense. You know, I mean, they did it before. What are they, like the mentors or something, you know? Isn't it funny, like, you know, the Jews were being, like, put in concentration camps and gassed and shit. And then, after the war, a bunch of them fled to Israel and shit, and from other countries, later on. And now they genocide people from Palestine. They do the same thing that, like, happened to them. And it's largely supported by Jewish people. Fucking joke, bro. Taking out their frustration on them. It's a bit more than frustration, though, isn't it? You know, look, I'm not really the biggest fan of, like, Muslims and shit, but I think genociding them and, like, systemically raping them and then, like, starving them to death is probably a bit too far, bro. You're gonna tell me my order didn't fucking go through because I didn't have enough money on my account, right? No, it's just slow. They're just slow. Oh no, it is heading my way. Okay, I just got other deliveries to do, I guess. Sometimes the little notification thing doesn't come up. Like, there's supposed to be like an active notification thing, but it's not there. You know, the West is looking a bit like fucking, I don't know, maybe like, sort of like early decline of like the Qing Empire to an extent. And I'm hoping that the Chinese are gonna be like the British and just lay waste to it. To an extent, you know, obviously not the same, but yeah, I don't mean like they have to like destroy everything, but I mean that worked, doesn't it? Right? Like the drugs were causing issues, opium, and then they said, okay, we're not doing opium anymore, and the British fought a war to get the opium back in, and then they sent more opium and it destroyed the country, right? Bro, this scene at the start of Full Metal Jacket where the guy nobody likes kills the drill sergeant is so fucking funny, bro. That shit, I was like fucking cracking up. That was like the funniest shit ever. Is this supposed to be disturbing or something? That shit was so fucking funny. Yo, he just blasts him. I don't even remember. I just remember it being really funny. He's like sitting there. Oh man. When is my food arriving? 6 minutes. Too bad that he killed himself after that though. I mean that kind of sucked. I guess I had to equalize it, otherwise people's morals will get upset. He should have just left the bathroom and then gone back to bed or something. I think that would have been better. He just goes back to sleep. That would have been peak. That's what I would have done. I would have had him. I would have had him leave the like step over the guy, leave the room, and just fucking go back to bed and shit. They had to make him kill himself because these Westerners have this like, oh, it's morally bad, so we gotta make the person like pay for it. Fuck off. Come on. Bad people get away with shit all the time. People get away with doing bad shit all the fucking time, but they can't put it in their media. It's absurd. They always have to make them pay. What a fucking joke. Or it's like in the second movie the guy dies or something. Like, come on. Always gotta make people pay for shit. Fuck off. There's always like some fucking lecture about morals and ethics and all this bullshit. They can't just let bad people or people who do bad things get away with it. It's fucking stupid. It's like children's literature. And the bad people all died and then the good people were happy. I mean, come on. Why can't someone who seems bad to the West be successful in these movies and not get fucking punished for it like really badly and end up dying or like in prison or something? Why don't you let them get away with it for once, you know? Because it seems like they never do. It's supposed to be like fucking poetry and everything resolves itself in the end, you know? Why can't we have a bad ending, you know? Someone's bad ending might be another person's good ending, for example. Someone's good ending might actually be another person's bad ending. That's kind of what it is for me. Fuck off, ads. Get off my laptop. Stupid fucking ads. Why don't they go away? They've found no food in like 3 days of searching. Go away. Can they smell or something? Jesus Christ. You found no food. I've flicked you off like hundreds of times. I've killed like 10. When are they going to learn to look somewhere else for us? Jesus Christ. Ah, so close. And people are like, oh, you know, Goodfellas is like real. No, it's not. No, it's not. Bro, Goodfellas, like most of the mafia gets sent to prison. What was the one I was thinking of? Was I thinking of like Casino? Anyway, all of them, it's like this. Like the main character survives, and then the bad side characters go to jail or they die. Right? Casino, main character survives. This is all spoilers, but they're shitty movies anyway. It's fucking garbage. Joe Pesci's character gets killed. He's the main antagonist. Why does he have to die? Why can't he be successful? Why can't we have a successful antagonist in a Western movie? Right? Like, someone who's morally bad to Westerners, who is successful and doesn't get punished. Why doesn't this exist? All the talk of freedom, yeah, they're so fucking conformist. Freedom and individuality, and it's just the same things repeating themselves, reproducing themselves over and over and over again. It's fucking bullshit. Why do they have to redeem themselves as well? Oh, they're like, maybe if they redeem themselves and they get away. What if they don't redeem themselves? What if they don't redeem themselves? What if they're still considered a bad person who does bad things and they still get away with it? That's what real life is like. Real life is full of examples, full of bad people who do bad things and get away with it. If they don't make media about that, I guess it's too uncomfortable for people to recognize reality. That's reality. Bad people get away with doing bad shit all the time and don't get punished, right? Bad in terms of like doing things that are like considered morally bad by society, right? Morally wrong. Shit is late, bro. It's weird. There was this random channel came up, and it's like this indie music. I don't know. It's just indie style. Oh my god, bro! I hate ants. Indie style like music. Girl, she's from Canada. Um, and I was like, I'm sure I've heard this song before. The post had like, like 44 likes or something. And her account didn't have many followers. She's like not that popular on there. I'm like, I'm sure I've heard this song before. I'm sure I recognize her name. And like, I search her up on Spotify, and it's like, yeah, I did know them. That's like from when I used to listen to like shoegaze and stuff. That's crazy. And I just got randomly recommended one of their like TikTok posts. So weird. Now I don't remember their name. It's funny. I probably took a screenshot. It's called Eugen. She only got like 4.5k followers. I'm like, she really like indie, like underground. She said under. She got like some views, listens, but like her posts get like less than 1,000 views. I wondered if I was following her. No, I'm not, but I've added like a couple of her songs, which was interesting. Lunchtime. Bro, I literally... That's right. Mm. Why is this thing being stupid? There's a music video. Fucking audio's off. What is this song about? What the fuck knows who that is? What is it with people's obsessions with these random ass fucking Koreans and they talk about them like you're supposed to know who they are? Jesus Christ, it's always a guy as well. It's pretty much it's always some fucking guy with a Korean name and he's some celebrity artist and you're supposed to know who he is. Why is this slow? South Korean singer and dancer. Oh, who would have thought? Fucking zero base one. I hate boy groups, bro. Fucking terrible. The fucking performance that they put on for like young women is so fake. got ice in them? Why don't Asian men grow beards anymore? It's kind of weird, isn't it? Why don't they do that? How can someone be gay in Oceania when, like, none of the guys look anything remotely like people like this? Like, I don't understand. How can you be gay and live in Oceania? The men look disgusting. Seriously. The men in Oceania are, like, extremely unattractive. The vast majority of them are. How can you be gay and live here? Why wouldn't you move? It feels like it'd be fucking awful. Maybe they're into personalities, I don't know. What the fuck does this mean? Okay. Are those celebrities, like, actually wealthy, or do they just live rich lifestyles and they're actually poor and they don't actually get paid very well? I wonder. Kind of a weird music video. You know, you're supposed to fucking know who these people are. Who is this guy, bro? Jesus Christ. Fucking Korea was, bro. Every fucking comment section. Anything remotely relevant. Anything related to it, even remotely. And the fucking comment section's flooding shit. Isn't that annoying? It's a Chinese song, bro, but you only know it because of connection to a Korean artist. A Korean K-pop boy group performer had some reference to it. Not because you're actually interested in Chinese culture or anything for itself. Here's my comment. Hello, I only know about this and like it because of some Korean boy group artist. Okay. They don't even say they like the song. They just say, hey, there's this guy's name. Am I right? Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. You know the difference between weeaboos and Koreaboos is most Koreaboos are women. And they do the same shit. You know what's absurd? They do the same fucking shit, and sometimes even worse, that the male weeaboos used to do, but they don't get any shit for it. Weeaboos used to get trashed all the time. Everyone fucking hated weeaboos, bro. Maybe because they were like overweight and unattractive, right? But when all of a sudden when it's like young women doing it instead, no one gives a shit. They do the same fucking things. They like exclusively interact with Korean media, obsess over these things, spend all this money on it, get all this merch. It's like an obsession, right? But when men do it, it's like creepy and weird. And it's like a mental illness or something. And people hate on them for it. And when women do it, it's like, oh, it's so cute. Fuck off. What a double standard. Total double standard, bro. It's absurd. This is literally what it's like. That's literally what it's like, bro. I don't see anyone mentioning, like, Koreabo stuff because who's doing it? I would say it's because of who's doing it. Because it's young women and not, like, unattractive, overweight, middle-aged men. Or, like, young to middle-aged men. Weird as shit. It is, like, overwhelmingly women, right? It is, like, overwhelmingly women, some gay men, and, like, a very small number of, like, straight men that are, like, obsessed with, like, all this Korean stuff. I like K-pop, but I don't really... Korean culture itself doesn't interest me, like, super heavily. I like Reply 1988. I mean, that was a cool show. I didn't finish it, but I keep saying that. I feel like you could make literally all the weeaboo critiques about Koreabos, but nobody does that. Because they're women and they think, oh, women need to be protected. Young girls need to be protected. Can't talk shit about young girls. You can't even criticize them. They don't even talk about it. It's not even brought up. This is a real thing, bro. This is, like, totally a real thing. These, like, young to, like, 20s girls that are, like, heavily obsessed with Korean culture. It's a fantasy. It's not real. It's not... Korea's not like what they show it in the media. Like, do you believe that TV shows are real? That's the question, because I know someone who's, like, into it, and I'm like, thinking to myself, do they think that this is like real? Do they think TV's real? Which, on the one hand, you're like, no, of course they don't. But then you're like, but, like, do they? Do they, though? What if they did? Isn't this the way you would act if you thought this shit was real? You'd be, like, super obsessed with it. I feel like, I feel like when you have this, like, totally uncritical obsession, it's because you believe that these things are, like, true. You know? I'm sure they want it to be true. I mean, that's not a question. That's, like, obvious that they want it to be true, but I mean, you can do any amount of, like, critical research into South Korea and see, like, well, I mean, it's not fucking heaven, obviously. It's quite dystopian. There might be some positives, but there are a lot of negatives. Yeah, like, and it's women, bro, doing this shit, and this is the fucking weird part. And I would say it doesn't get much criticism because of that fact. Because this is society believes you don't criticize women, especially young women. You just kind of let them do what they want, even if it's like harmful or something. And it's just kind of, you know, I guess it's not considered harmful. It's considered like considered fine. Because you got these like women going to Korea, and first of all, they're not even very attractive themselves. And then they're like, oh, the men here are so ugly. They don't look like the guys from K-pop dramas. No, K-dramas, not K-pop. They don't look like the guys from K-dramas. It's like, yeah, because they're normal people, you idiot. They're not fucking celebrities. But people watch this Korean media, interact with Korean culture, media that is produced, and they think, oh, this is real. It's not real. Of course it's not real. It's propaganda. That's the whole point. You're supposed to believe it and without actually going there. People who live in Korea know that shit's not real. They know it's fantasy, right? People overseas don't seem to understand that. Do people not realize, like, the K-pop artists aren't actually like that a lot? That they're like normal people, and this is like a performance that they put on for the fans because the fans like it. Like, the whole character that they put on is not real. That's not what they're really like. I swear, like, the majority of fans don't seem to understand us. They seem to honestly believe that, oh, this is just really what people are like. No, it's not. No, it isn't. They're normal people like anyone else. They're not fucking saints or angels or something. Seriously. What are we talking about? People believe this stuff. It's delusional. It's like a religion. What are we talking about, bro? How is this a conversation? Like, of course it's not real. Of course they're not actually like that. Of course they're putting on a performance. It might be attractive. You can state that. It can be attractive. But, it's obviously not real. I don't think that people can tell that it's not real, though. I think a lot of people seem to have the impression, like these obsessed Korea bows, they seem to believe that it really is, that's how it actually is. It's not. Well, it's not, actually. I had this thought, and I was like, do they believe that like TV is real? You know, like, do they believe that like these TV shows are real? That's stupid. And then these women get this like fantasy of how relationships should be from these shows, and then they have like one bad experience, and then so, oh, I'm never gonna date a guy again, because they don't know what reality is like. fucking prick's gonna turn up in like 15 minutes. You see this that prick's face when I showed him the gat? Talk about brain rot. They talk about like destructive brain rot. This is like, that's also destructive, but it's like delusional fantasy brain rot that is like these K-dramas and shit, bro. They're so fake. Nothing is like that in reality. It's not like that. People think because they've never been to Korea that that shit is real. That shit is not real, bro. That shit is not real at all. Like, Korea boos believe that shit. They fall for the illusion. That's the whole... I mean, they're supposed to. But I think Koreans know it's not real. Because they live there, right? I swear, like, Westerners and shit don't have this understanding of the, like, concept of the, like... There's a performance that they put on for other people, and then there's who they really are as individuals. I feel like some people don't understand that there's a difference. Right? They think the performance is real. That's the thing. That's when I say, like, do you think TV is real? They can't tell the difference between the performance that people put on who they really are as individuals. People believe that K-dramas are real, right? They believe that K-pop fantasy is real. I just like K-pop because it sounds nice and happy. I just like the way it sounds. I don't actually pay attention to any of the bullshit after that. Like, I don't even know the names of most of the artists. Like, I'm not one of these obsessed fans. I don't understand how you become like that either. It must be out of desperation or something. Seriously. These people are like desperate and delusional. Fuck off. And then, like, the guys in the real life don't make these they don't meet those standards for, like, Korean male celebrities, and then they're like, well, I don't like you. This sucks. I'm gonna be a femcel now. I'm a femcel now because all the guys aren't Korean celebrities. That's what these girls are like, bro. It's crazy. Tell me that's not a fucking problem. Like, it's a personal choice, and I mean, I guess like, what are you gonna do? But like, it is kind of absurd, isn't it? That they watch these, like, it's like religion, telling you all these like high fantasies about how things should be and this and that. And then they interact with reality and they're like, oh, this isn't the same. I gotta make it real. Or like, oh, this isn't the same. I'm just gonna like check out, right? What is it? Retreatism. That's what being a femcel is. It's like retreating. Where is it? Reject. Yeah, you reject stuff. One of the reasons I don't like Korean dramas sometimes is that, like, they're unrealistic. They're like super unrealistic. It's very idealistic, very like polished, and it's basically propaganda, like trying to promote the best possible image of a place, right? And it works because so many people have like a really high opinion of South Korea these days. It's kind of like fake it till you make it, I guess. They put on this confident, positive image, and it gives people a positive image of that. It's not real, though, is it? Like, country's got a high suicide rate. New Zealand is like this as well. New Zealand promotes itself as this friendly, happy, peaceful place, yet the suicide rate is very high, especially for young people. It's not a good country by any means. People just believe that it is because that's what the propaganda tells them to think. And they don't live here, so they don't know otherwise. How to use the bathroom. Is this not the case? Yes, it is. I mean, the media teaches them like fantasies about reality, and then they get disappointed, and then they check out. Like as I said, some of them literally go to South Korea, and they're like, "Oh, the men aren't like in the media." It's not real. It's never been real. It was never real. These are fantasies that people have. Fucking hell. They want these perfect man characters that are just total bullshit. Seriously. It's not fucking real. You're never gonna have that. You're gonna be alone your entire life if that's what you're looking for. These one-dimensional characters of, like, a man who was, like, essentially, like, the woman's servant and takes care of her and all of this. Oh, and he, like, saves her, and she's, like, poor, and he's, like, a rich CEO and all this shit. What a fucking joke. How do people watch that garbage? Jesus Christ. Take some more Gaviscon. Well, either his lighter is not coming. Can't be both. Can't be either of the two. Why do people say, oh, I don't judge? Like, doesn't everyone judge people all the time? Isn't that, like, part of life or being human? Why do people say, like, people will be like, oh, I won't judge. Yes, yes, you will. People always judge. People always judge all the time. That's what people do. What do they mean? Oh, I won't judge. What does that mean? Like, you won't tell them honestly how you feel, is basically what they're saying, right? You won't honestly tell them how you feel about it. You're still going to judge them, regardless. People judge everything. That's, like, part of, like, thinking. Evaluation is, like, one of the most basic things that people do. Putting things into categories. Even children do that. I've got another stream to upload. Have I done all of them? I think I've done all of them. Didn't this say 15 before? No, who cares? It's fucking stupid because it's like, well, if this guy's not gonna take no for an answer, why would I even bother responding? Like, he's just gonna turn up anyway and demand it and say, oh, actually, you have to. Why does he fake it? Why does he have to lie? Why does he have to pretend that we're like friends or something, or that this is anything equal? Anything other than just slavery, which is what it is. Why does he have to pretend that it's anything other than fucking slavery? Well, he's probably not turning up. These people can't even be fucking honest. What a joke. Can't even be honest. It's classic New Zealand culture. They can't even be honest about anything. Can't even be honest. They have to lie over and over. Lie and lie and lie. It's all they do is fucking lie about shit because they can't be honest. Because if they're honest, people might think they're actually not very good people, right? So they put on this like facade of niceness. It's total bullshit. They're not nice people. These are terrible people. Terrible, terrible people. Get the fuck out of the way. If you replace the vast majority of this country's population with Chinese and then some, easily you could make this a great place to live. Do like a synthesis of the two systems. You can just do with the white people like what they did to the Uyghurs. So I need someone to teach them a lesson. I should watch The Godfather again. It's so good, bro. So good. I've only watched it one time, like 10 years ago. Best movie I've ever watched, bro. So good. Why is it always the same car, bro? It's always this car with the circle rear headlights. What is that? I don't know. Communist Party of Russia, like, in the 1990s was so fucking stupid, bro. Why were they believing these American fantasies that were told to them? Why were they believing that shit? Fucking retarded. Jesus Christ. Like, if they would have just done the Chinese method, it would have worked. Like, it could have worked. It's because they're fucking stupid and corrupt. Stupid, corrupt Russians, bro. It was never gonna work. Lenin was like one of a kind, bro. Like, what a waste. I don't even know what happened after Stalin, just corruption. Like, they just took the wrong road, basically. Bad decisions and all that. People used to respect the USSR. Nobody respects Russia. I mean, Russia's a shithole. Fucking trash country that can't even win a war against Ukraine. They're failures. Like, they're proven failures. They gave up on their system, tried another one, and they're failing at that system as well. They're going from, like, a degree of communism to capitalism, and nothing's really changed much. It's the same issues, same people, same issues. It's not a coincidence. It's the same people. That's why it's the same issues. Something wrong with Russian people. The Chinese system works because Chinese are effective people, right? And the Chinese leadership is effective. The Russian system doesn't work because Russians aren't very effective, largely. And neither is the leadership. Maybe it'll change one day, but I kinda doubt it. Fuck, I'm tired. I don't know why. That is what it is. I mean, the reality is Russia's just not really a player anymore. They're more like a passive side country that just kind of gets pushed around by the states. China's a player. It's an upcoming player, right? United States, obviously a player. Russia's kind of just like this third thing in between that's like, it's not really a player. It just gets pushed around by other places. People keep saying like, "Oh, the Russians own Trump." Bro, why would it be the Russians? What do you, the Russians? The Russians own Trump. Bro, the Russians can't even do shit. How do they own Trump? How do the Russians own Trump? Russians can't even do anything. Nobody even thinks about the Russians most of the time. I don't even think about Russia. It's so insignificant on the world stage. They're not successful. They're not effective. Why don't people say, "Oh, the Chinese own Trump"? Why don't they say that? Is there any evidence, or is this just something that people say? Russia's like a fucking fascist country these days. It's regressed in like every regard. It's absurd. Um, this is like what Trotsky said was gonna happen. I don't really like Trotsky, but he said that Russia was going to collapse into like a fascist country, a reactionary fascist kind of country. And that's what they are. They're a reactionary country now. People think like, oh, well, they're against the United States, so they must be good. Well, no, I mean, actually, they're really not. They're really not good, okay? It's a regressive country with religion and that's super backwards. It's not a progressive, good state. China is way more progressive than Russia is in many regards. Right? Russia sucks. so corrupt. Like, why so corrupt? So you said, why can't the Russians get anything done? Because they're too corrupt. Why are the Russians so corrupt? That's just how Russian people are, bro. It's like in their nature or something. That's just how they are. That's how they walk. Okay? Like, late Soviet Union was corrupt. Now they've got capitalism. It's still corrupt. What are we talking about? This is why they can't get anything done because they're too fucking corrupt, right? Stupid bullshit. What are they doing? Stupid place. I don't admire them at all. Like, I think Lenin was pretty great, and like the early USSR was like, it looked like it was going somewhere. And then obviously Stalinism happened and it's like declined from then on. Yeah. Stupid place. Fell for it. You fell for it. They really fell for it. Russia totally fucking fell for it, bro. Wasn't it the American leadership visited them or something? Man, they really fell for it. They really fell for that shit. Totally fell for it. They did all these reforms. Oh, we're gonna be rich. We're gonna be like the United States. No, 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 no. That's not gonna happen. They're not gonna allow that. You know they're not gonna allow that to happen, right? What if they forget their own theory or something? Or like they're like, oh, this shit doesn't work. Let's try something else. It didn't work because they were restricting their economy too much. If they just liberalized the economy, this is what someone said. If they just liberalized the economy and kept everything else intact, like China did, they could have been successful like China. But they didn't do that. Fucking stupid, bro. Instead, they liberalized everything and then everything collapsed. That's why it's called the collapse of the USSR, not the reform of the USSR. Because the USSR actually went away and got destroyed. Right? It actually destroyed itself. The leadership destroyed it. Fucking leadership destroyed it. Right? Jesus Christ. I guess Russia just stopped producing good mines after Lenin or something. Like, they just failed. As opposed to China. Yeah. Really not smart. Really not smart. I don't respect them for that. It was a stupid thing to do. Obviously they had to do something because they were like stagnating and they had issues, but why would you reform the economy and reform the political sphere? Do they not know, like, do these people even study basic fucking Marxism? Read basic stuff. When you liberalize the political sphere, what happens? Capitalist parties come in. The businesses start making capitalist parties. That's what Russia is these days. Russian leadership is just oligarchs. It's just people who are tied to big business. That's what Russian leadership is. And Putin is the head oligarch. He is the leader of the oligarchs. He takes a percentage of all of their earnings. That's what he does. That's what Russia is these days. It's just an oligarchy like it was under the Tsar. It hasn't changed. It's gone back to the way it was before. And they, of course, they brought back the fucking Eastern Orthodoxy, all this stupid ass bullshit. They've done all of that. All this retarded bullshit, they brought it back. What was once gone is now returned. Failure. That's a failure. Look, on the one hand, it's not entirely their fault. Like, the Americans definitely had a heavy hand in causing it. On the other hand, it is their it is kind of their responsibility. They are at least partly responsible for it. Jesus Christ. Why is China like the only one that's left, bro? China and Vietnam, and stupid ass Vietnam isn't even liberalizing its economy. So slow. What are they doing? I swear the Vietnamese leadership is like retarded or something. Actually. Because you can see China has succeeded, and then the Vietnamese government could just imitate China, possibly become successful as well, and they don't do that. They're too slow. Fucking stupid. Oh, there's like, Chinese government says about Cuba, oh, we don't agree with their economic system. Yeah, well, obviously because it doesn't work. It literally doesn't work. Cuba is poor as shit, and it's their own fault. They could not be. They could be wealthier, but they won't liberalize their economy. It's fucking stupid. Why are there so many fucking ants? What does that mean? This is boring. This is what I call it. I'm so tired. Lots of analysis. Why do they call it a miracle? There's nothing miraculous about it. It's literally like well planned. There's nothing. Why do they call this shit a miracle? Like it's some religious bullshit. The fuck? Fucking stupid. Yeah, well, they learned that lesson, didn't they? They gave the people power, and what did they do with it? They held a big fucking protest and said, we want even more. That's what happens. So they crushed it, and then they stopped giving them more political power. Don't give them political power. It's not a good idea. Look at what they do with it. Look at these free countries, so-called free countries. Are these great places to live? Are they going somewhere? No. No and no. Fucking stupid. People can't even govern themselves in these countries. They elect terrible leaders, and the people who would be good leaders don't have the opportunity to become as such because the people don't like them. Sometimes people need a leader that they don't like. That's something that's like super controversial here. And oh, but we want a good leader. We want a leader that we like. You don't need a good leader. You need a strong leader that will make the country better. Like, in spite of you. That's what this country needs, is someone who will act in spite of the people here to make the country better. Not because of them. It'll never happen because of them. It isn't happening because of them. All they're able to do is elect poor leadership. That's all they're able to do. Because they can't see outside themselves. They're too caught up in who they are. They want to see someone like them running the country, except someone like them will never do a good job. That's the fucking problem. Just recognize that you're not very capable. Not everyone can do this shit, and not everyone should. Some people should just listen to others and follow the leader a bit. Uh-huh. It's not a fucking miracle, don't be stupid. This is a retarded Western time. I bet they don't call it miracles in other places. Fucking stupid. Why does the Western analyst's mind turn everything into a religious concept? They're obsessed with it. Maybe everyone does it, I don't know, it sounds stupid to me. I'm tired. Is it called Reform and Opening Up? Why would this not work? It makes complete sense. Like, all these things make you money, and all these things keep the rest of the country stable. Like, really. Just, like, of course it works. This keeps things stable, and then this makes you rich and wealthy, and decreases poverty and all of that. Strong government, and then managed but also somewhat open economy. It's like, well, it's state capitalism, right? Why don't we have state capitalism here? Why do we have free market neoliberalism? Why don't we have state capitalism? Which is good. Party oversight. Oh no! Oh no! You're supposed to think this is bad. You're supposed to think this is bad. Why is that bad? Aren't they good? Aren't they a good leader? Isn't democracy a bad thing when it gets bad results? Isn't that the fucking point? Isn't the whole point you're supposed to get better leadership, but then you don't? Look at all these African countries that vote, and every time they vote, they get another bad leader. It's happening in the West now. Every time you vote, you get a bad leader. It's a fucking joke. Why do we still have democracy? What's the point of it? It doesn't work. If it doesn't work, why do we still do it? That's a great question, and the answer is no one can give you an answer. We just do it because it's a ritual. It's a ritual. It no longer serves itself anymore. It no longer serves people anymore. It just serves perpetuating its own existence. And it's become corrupted by the fucking capitalists. Control top political appointments, direct major policy decisions, oversee state institutions. That's good. Government ministries, courts, security services, military. Okay. That's good. Banking, energy, you know, the important ones. That's also good. That's what these countries should do. Largest farms, many of them are state-owned enterprises. That's good. Political opposition heavily restricted. Well, they don't need it. They don't need political opposition. Do they? They'll liberalize over time. You know, they'll liberalize the society over time, hopefully keeping the same political structure. They don't need other political bodies. You can just join the Communist Party and have other ideas. Like, it's not necessary. Political organizations, major media, public activism. Okay. Industrial policy, infrastructure investment, 5-year plans. Yeah, well this makes sense to me. Develop productive forces and then pursue socialism. Whether or not they'll do that, I mean, we can't tell yet. That's what they say they're going to do though, so who knows. They are developing the productive forces though, aren't they? That is what's happening in their country. Building a lot of infrastructure, all of these things. Becoming wealthier, developing their industry, all of that. Question, I mean, there's another question, which is it a good idea? I don't know. What the Chinese system? That's a good question. And do you know how this, do you know what happens with this? It doesn't work. These don't work. Private investment, market signals, and low level of industrial policy doesn't actually work. It actually doesn't work. You can see over and over again they fail to do anything. It's a big waste of money and it's inefficient and it doesn't actually get results. It's fucking stupid. Much larger state role in directing investment, which is a good idea. Major banks are state controlled, that's another good idea. Dominated by foreign-owned banks, because we're a fucking Western colony, bro. We're a colony of the Western Empire. And this again doesn't work. Yeah, and all of these things are great ideas. All of these things are really good ideas, actually. And the country would be better if someone with reasonable ideas did these things. Because currently, the only people that this serves are the people benefiting from the way things are currently. No one else is benefiting from this shit. Political competition doesn't provide results. Decentralized authority doesn't provide results. The judiciary being independent doesn't provide results. It's all corrupt. It's all totally corrupt. Having lots of opposition everywhere doesn't provide results. They all want the same thing. They're not really, it's not real opposition anyway, right? They're all incapable. And they go to the fucking parliament and they just yell at each other, and then the same thing happens anyway, and it makes no difference. State surveillance and control, a good idea, in my opinion. Liberal democratic traditions, enormous public resistance. So put them down, then. Seriously, the public don't know what's good for them. They don't know what's good for them. Look at how shitty this place is. They don't even want it to improve. They're not willing to do what is actually necessary, what it would take for that to happen. There needs to be less of this, okay? Doesn't mean it has to be as strict as China, but it should be less than there currently is. Oh yeah, you know why? Because they're fucking weak and they want to go both ways at once, and they're gonna get nowhere. They want the economic development of China without its political system. You can't have both. You can't have the economics and not the political. You're not going to get their economic development without the political features. You can't have one and not the other. You have to have both. These people are crazy. They go hand in hand. Hand in fucking hand, bro. A more realist. Shut off. I don't care about democracy. I don't care about, remaining democratic. This is more realistic. No, it's not. You know what's realistic about that? That the country will go nowhere. That the country will go nowhere and will continue to decline. That's what's realistic about it. That's what's realistic. We don't need democracy. We need development. We need a better country. A country that actually takes care of people. That's better than democracy. That's what democracy is supposed to do, and we have democracy, and it doesn't do that. What's the point of it then? If democracy doesn't give people better lives, why are we still doing it? Fucking stupid. Singapore is not democratic, bro. Singapore is a one-party state. They've had the same government their entire existence. The same party is led. The second leader only. They've had 3 leaders in their history. The second one was the son of the first one. What are we talking about? Democracy. Singapore is not democratic, bro. That's just a facade they put on. It's basically China. It's basically westernized China. It's like westernized China. It's fucking stupid. We don't need democracy. Why do you think we do? I know I do want to fundamentally change the political system. That's what I want to do. What are we talking about? Oh, here's a like a, what do you call it? Starts with C. Here's like, oh, here's how we can meet in the middle. We're not meeting in the middle, okay? They're gonna take it, and it's gonna improve things. I don't care if they want it or not. That's what's gonna happen. If they don't do it themselves, which they're not going to, someone else is gonna come in and do it for them. That's what's gonna happen. Okay? When the West starts to weaken, China might think, oh, here's a great opportunity. Let's go and invade these countries. And then they will. And then they'll turn them into colonies. And they'll have Chinese leadership running these Western countries. Right? Hopefully send lots of Chinese people over to run things and manage them. And the Westerners can be fucking workers or something. I don't know. Some bullshit, because they can't manage anything. Clearly. Clearly they can't manage stuff, so they can be like, you know, workers. Some of them will adapt, obviously. But the rest of them can just do labor. And these countries will develop and they'll be better, and everyone will be better off. What's Australia's GDP growth rate? Yeah, the alternative one is that the West goes to war with China and then possibly loses, right? Industrial powerhouse. Yeah, oh, let's go to war with the country that makes all our stuff and has like the capacity to build anything that it wants, and its people are really hardworking and strong. What a great idea. No, that's fucking stupid. The Americans will start a war with them, and then the Westerners will join in, like they support Israel, right? Like they support Ukraine. Why is the New Zealand military training Ukrainians, bro? Why is my country's military doing that? Doesn't seem necessary. I feel like New Zealanders are just gonna vote for fascists, bro. Like that's my impression of them. Alright, I honestly think them, and that's what's gonna happen, bro. They're just gonna vote for fascist. We're just gonna get, you know, fucking rugby player Hitler or something. That's what we're gonna get. That's what New Zealanders will vote for eventually. Fucking rugby player Hitler. Fucking down to earth Hitler. That's what this country's gonna vote for. I doubt they'd ever vote for socialism, but I'm sure they'll probably vote for fascism at some point. It'll be like liberal fascism, you know what I mean? It'll be like socially tolerant fascism, like the fucking BJP or something, right? I mean, like socially tolerant to a point, and then they'll be like, no, we hate you, right? It's kind of already like that, to be honest. It's kind of already like that. Like, they already do hate certain groups of people. And, I mean, it's just people like me get treated like shit, right? It's just, in India, it's like Muslims and stuff. They don't like Muslims. They don't really like Christians. That sort of thing. You know, they'll bring fucking Christianity back or something, you know what I mean? Crazy shit. I can't tell which way it's gonna go though. A lot of people think there's gonna be war with China at some point in the next like 20 years though. Um, hmm. I mean, like, New Zealand's increasing defense spending. Why are they doing that? Why is the government doing that? Why does our country need more defense spending? For what? Preparing for what? Oh, like, they're so, oh yeah, they're like, threats. What threats? Threats where? The only, like, the only threat they ever talk about is China, right? There is no other enemy country on this half of the fucking world, bro. Right? Who else is an enemy country, like fucking Myanmar or something? No. It's a fucking joke. This country's enemies should be Australia and the United States. That's never gonna happen. I don't know, maybe I can convert the people there somehow. No, doubtful. Doubtful. Super doubtful. I have no confidence in them, bro. Totally no confidence. It's funny because, like, in China, within one party states where you don't vote, you can kind of blame the government for things, right? You can kind of be like, oh, the government, it's the government's fault. This is the government's fault. That's the government's fault. Because, yeah, the government has a heavy influence on things. Like, the government has a heavy, like, they make a lot of the decisions. But, like, in a country like this, the people vote for the government. Isn't it the people's fault? Isn't it the people's responsibility what they do then? Most people in this country voted for the current leadership. Most people in this country voted for the previous leadership. Both of them were bad. We've had both sides. We've had the left-wing government. We've had the right-wing government. They were both terrible. Get the fuck out of the way, honestly. Why would it pull out? Fucking hell. I hate NPCs, bro. Let me remove this shit. I just want to drive the roads free. Get these fucking ants off my street. Imagine if GTA sucks as shit, bro. Imagine if it's bad. Realistic. Yeah, because democracy is the only realistic option apparently. Fucking stupid. Shit's gonna happen one way or another. People are gonna be like, why are we still doing this if it doesn't work? And they're gonna be becoming more authoritarian. Yeah, that's the point. That's the whole point. Why is it telling me that? Yeah. For so many people that hasn't happened yet. You could just bring them in from overseas. What does a neutrality solve? Political. You know what the bureaucracy does in New Zealand is it solves itself, and that's all it does. It doesn't solve the people. It solves itself. It's corrupt. They don't solve people at all. They solve themselves. The intention is to protect themselves and advance their own interests, and that's all they do. Yeah, which is why you flood the country with people from China. That's the point. That's the point. That's why you send, like, millions of people here. Oh, that's not realistic. You could try. It's been done before. It's called colonialism. You could do colonialism again. Most realistic. Realistic means if we don't change very much. I want more to change. You saying the people are the problem. Yeah, we'll fix that. Major national crisis, hopefully incoming. Revolution's not gonna come from within the country. It's gonna come from without. These people won't find it themselves. It's just slow. It is slow. It's very slow. Fucking hell, I'm tired. How long has this been going for, bro? It feels like it's been weeks. There's always some mid-sale thing on. Jesus. The fuck is those? Oh my god, fuck off. Why does it do that? Skip. You're gonna tell me this isn't Hong Kong, right? This is something else. Yeah, it is Hong Kong. So why the fuck is this guy from India, bro? It's not even close. It was kind of close, but why are there Indians in this fucking Hong Kong server, bro? The fuck? 3? This one you can't say. This guy's from Israel. What the fuck? There's only 2 people from Hong Kong in this whole server. 2 out of 8. Why are there 6 people from other countries? It'd be cool to visit. Maybe learn something, meet some people, make some connections, you know? That kind of thing. I used to have some Chinese friends. I just haven't reconnected with them. We didn't like... It wasn't like, how was that? The relationships didn't end badly. I just got sick and left school and I didn't have them added on anything. I don't really remember the... Maybe I don't remember those surnames. How's this guy dancing? He wants to get him... No, no, he doesn't want to get in my car. He wants to get another car. Will he get out again? Oh, the other guy left. I gotta go to bed. I don't know why I'm so tired. It says I slept for like 9 hours. Iran war's been such a disappointment, bro. Like, nothing's happened. It was like a little bit at the start, and it's like another Ukraine. It's like Ukraine veto. It's so boring. do fuck all. They're so conservative these days. They won't just do shit. It's so boring. Fucking hell. So it's not like Iraq. It's not like Afghanistan. They wouldn't even put the army in. They didn't even send in the army. Iran is still operating as usual. Nothing's changed. That's true though. That's true though. Ontology is like a system of knowledge, right? So, why do people use this word? The fuck? That's not. I don't think that's the what the I don't think that's what they meant. I feel like people use this word all the time, and I can never figure out exactly what they intend by it. It's like one of these pop words. Do people know what they mean? What do they mean? You'd say something else. Study of being in reality, what exists, how different entities are categorized. Nature of reality, existence, categories of being. What do people mean when they say an ontology? I feel like this word is, you could just say philosophy. It doesn't mean philosophy. Study being. Talking about reality. Holy shit, why are there so many fucking tiny comments? Nobody's fucking chatting or anything. What do I have to say? Like, hello? Where is anyone? Oh my fucking god, bro. Not happening, yes. Not happening, yes. Not happening, yes. Not really happening, yes. Not really happening yet. And there is paralysis, but I think a lot of people are enjoying it at the same time. It hasn't really hit them yet. Is that Chingwan? I don't like giving feedback. This is annoying. Eh. I think I'm gonna get off now and just lie down.